Good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading. Again, my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I don't multitask very well, or I don't find it efficient. So I'm able to use this format as my journal. All the video is captured in the stream, and my voice narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment when I'm trading. Works out pretty well. And then I'm able to review, the stream, and I push it to YouTube for transparency and accountability. And also I can review the stream on any device. And since these streams are 7 hours long, that's pretty important to be able to do. The reason for the long stream, every morning, every trading morning, I start at 8 o'clock with the stream market and the numbers and the reports and all those things. And then I stream and trade the entire cash session. So, because I have a commitment to take no trades on the off the stream. So there you go. I do trade. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and I don't, imply that I do or mean that I do. However, I do trade live. A live account with AMP. Our little one's having a hard time getting out of bed this morning. Yeah. I do trade live. This on Bookmap is a live AMP account funded by my own dollars. So, and I trade very transparently and fully accountable. And I, anticipate the trades and articulate the trades, and the trades are placed and tracked and graphed here on Bookmap. So, yeah, I don't know what to say, but that's what it is. It's not for trade advice, but it's my virtual trading journal. So there you go. All right, let's get on with the numbers. I probably forgot something in that. I always do. Well, there's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. The numbers for the day are as follows. We've already had it's basically housing stuff, and durable goods was out. Then we've got the FOMC minutes down here at 1 o'clock. These are Central Standard Time, again, as all of my charts and everything I refer to is referred to in Central Standard Time. I use two news sources. This is investing.com, which I've used for a long time. They just changed their format, which I'm not particularly happy about. It seems like a lot more ads floating around here and bigger content here. I don't know. Same size monitor, everything. Nothing's changed on my end. But anyway, the reason I prefer this or like this for years is they only deal with known traditional economic and financial reports apart from the other news stuff. And I like that. Also, if you don't know what durable goods orders are, you notice how the title turns into a link, and you can go there and read all about it and see the previous reports and all that kind of thing. You can filter this for any place you are, any time zone you want, or any kind of report you want, or you want 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, only 3 stars, whatever, importance-wise. And they do also deal with earnings here in depth. Now, I don't post these anymore because look at this mess. This is earnings just for today. We're in the thick of earnings season, so, let your conscience be your guide as far as that goes. But I suppose, I would hope anybody here understands that this little quarter moon means they report after the market close, and the sun means before the open. So the only real Mag 7 we've got left is NVIDIA, which I think is the 25th of this month. That would be next week. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, and it's a similar docket over here. You can filter it also, and it's free also, and that's why there's ads everywhere. The reason I keep these free with ads floating all over the place, I want to try to make any resources I use here on the stream as available to anyone as possible. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They're both paid, and there's nothing you can do. So the only other resources really that I use are these news sources. So there we have that. Now, one thing about Financial Juice that I do like, you notice how they pull these White House press briefing, somebody's talking, Trump's going to say something. These non-traditional economic reports, but events which everybody that's involved in trading nowadays better realize have a huge possibility to disrupt the auction and impact the trading day. These are pulled into this docket on Financial Juice, and as I mentioned, they are not in investing.com. So I really appreciate that. Over on this side, we have a he's rolling back everything to do with incentives on electric vehicles. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. Over on this side is much more of a squawk box. Okay. And like, for example, this, where he said that and how did this get in here? I have no idea, but there it is. So that's something to bear in mind. All right. Pre-market, that's always the most important, isn't it? So we are yesterday's RTH session, today's ETH session. Now, for the longest time, we were looking at a gap open, gap up, but on these last reports, they've brought it back in. Here would have been our gap up. One word about gaps in my world. For me, a gap is between, and you see that as a precaution, I already put the gap low flag over here just in case we do it. I consider a gap previous RTH high or low as it relates to the current open, RTH open. So that's that. Okay. So we are still almost 100% long inventory here. We are not in a gap anymore, but here was the close. Oops, here was the close and the open. Traded way up, and then we're still way above the close and the open. So what does that mean? That means we're about 85% long inventory, and I would expect, especially with this flat bottom on the profile over here, that we were going to get some responsive selling to take profit and then explore lower. This just doesn't look complete, does it? It looks like somebody turned the lights off over here. Doesn't look like the auction tapered off to a proper close, in my opinion, so far. So that's what I would suppose is going to happen in terms of a pre-market. Now, we've gone through the news. I guess I should explain. This is my micro composite ES, micro composite NQ. Not micro composite. Micro ES, micro NQ, and the mini ES market profile chart. This is my micro composite chart, or my higher time frame chart of the micro ES. Now, one thing about my investing.com that's pretty, or Investor RT that's pretty handy. Notice in the header of every one of these charts is the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, probably. However, there's the instrument, the chart type, periodicity, and the session. So that's quite handy. Now, this is my micro composite chart, or my high time frame, and it's real simple. These are RTH session only. daily candlesticks right there. Wherever the price overlaps, I continue to pull the volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, obviously high and low, and these red and green lines, which represent the high and the low volume nodes in the micro composite volume profile. Those high and low volume nodes values push to bookmap, as do the session prices push to bookmap. I also track the same configuration for the for the minis because I trade them also. Okay, so there we have that. What are we doing for volume so far here? We're a little bit light, 1.78 TR on a 1 minute. Okay. Now let's look at bookmap. I assume you're familiar with bookmap. Starting from the right, this is the dome or the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. These are the various price levels. Remember, this is futures, so there's 4 ticks per point. Each tick in the micros is worth $1.25, and on the minis would be $12.50 in the ES. Now, this is resting liquidity. These are market limit orders, not market. These have not been traded. This is just liquidity resting in the book. Here is the micro composite column where I have that precautionary flag here, which I'll just if we continue to open down here and not in a gap, I'll just nuke it. Right? And this is the naked volume point of control from yesterday's RTH session. This is the volume. These are the high and low volume nodes. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. It will go through today until 1600. Now, this is the RTH session volume profile. And I've changed the restart here. Let's see if that works today. That should and will reset it at 8:30 this morning, Central Standard Time, remember. And this is my statistics column, which is real important to me. The first thing I do every morning is anticipate what statistical open I'm expecting. And that's real simple, and it only takes 2 criteria. If we looked at price right here, if we opened right here right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I think it's right here. Here we are. So it's higher than the close. And at this moment, how does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and the low must be down here somewhere. So we would be opening now higher in range. So the first thing I do is change the column title to reflect that open type. And I do it for a reason. Well, besides I'm OCD, but when I look at a screen snap or at the stream and I see that column title, it tells me a lot of information about the overnight and the relationship, right? I don't have to go poking around and figure it all out again. It's right there. Then that open type will dictate the statistics that will be expected today or anticipated today with the associated price levels. And these are from yesterday. So let's nuke those bad boys and get on to today. What do you think? There you go. Also, we have the session prices here, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these session price link to these session prices, which push continuously from my machines until from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. So if you'd like that, just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the link. And this is the heat map. And I want to stress that I try to keep my approach to trading really simple. And I only use price, data, volume, probabilities. There's no indicators on my heat map or book map or IRT. There are POC for the RTH session and for the full session. Full session's a little more muted yellow. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 68.74, 29 or 3,004, whatever, it's moving as we speak. Contracts have traded right here in the full session so far. The second any one of these other prices is one contract higher than 30.56, that's going to move. That's it. There's one for the RTH. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. We also have the initial balance high, which sometimes baffles people for whatever reason. I think because of the name. Initial balance is an old market profile name. What these levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. Okay, let's look at the statistics then, and where do they come from? They come from IRT and this, wrong one, sorry about that, in this study. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, right? So here we are going to open higher in range. We've just determined that. The study is very simple, like everything, and it's absolutely statistically based. The computer looks back at the most recent 1,678 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range 520 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 420 times, or 80.8%. Overnight volume point of control. That's all there is to it right there. Next order of business is the overnight mid, and that's 74.8. And then I'm just going to run down the list. Simple as that. Overnight mid, 84.8. Overnight high, 74.4. Well, that's way up here. I'm waiting to get to one of the IVs so I can show you how I do that, because it's important, I think, to think about. Okay, the IB, a previous close is 69.8, and we know that that was right here. Well, I also want to do the IB high, and they're in the same spot, 67.7. And what I do there is 67.7 IB high. Why that initials? Because, remember the definition, the minute we open, this high is going to go up above price wherever it's trading, and the low will move up below it. So there you go. IB low, overnight low is 49.4. Okay, now I'm going to try to get this on the right level. That drives me crazy. Short trip, I realize. Okay. Next order of business will be the TLab snap, which we'll do here in just a minute. Everything okay out here? Well, I guess they're moving. I don't know. In case you're new here, on Monday and Wednesday now, I have a school run at 9, so and it's further than the last time because she's in college now. So okay, the snap that I have to do now is the TLab snap, and that is, you might ask, what the hell is? Well, nothing's working right here today. I don't know why. That's kind of disappointing. I mean, everything's working okay, but the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named, I don't know, a guy named Tom B, like Bravo. Who knows what his last name is? And every day, about 6, I post the reports, and about 8:20, I post this. I was active in there for quite a long time, and I appreciate Tom's input and guidance for people. And I realized that a lot of people didn't have access to the same kind of charting, so I cooked this view up here in IRT, and I've been posting this for a couple of years, I guess, every morning at 8:20. It gives those folks any kind of number that they might want to be looking at. To be honest with you, what I realized was after the open there, or just before the open, there'd be like a flurry of what's POC, what's POC, what's POC, posts in this, it's a Discord place, by the way. And I thought, well, if everybody has these numbers, that might reduce the clog in the chat, to be honest about it. That's how it started. So there you go. And back to more about the TLab then. It is a bookmap Discord chat room. Tom B is a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 plus years of experience. And no, I've never seen his account records. He doesn't trade live, and he doesn't call trades. But I believe that he is what he says he is, if you've lived a while and you can and you have common sense and you listen to somebody, you can sort of filter out the wheat from the chaff. And I believe that Tom is what he says. No, I don't have proof of that. So, make your own decision. But there's a good crew of people in there. And I kind of tip my hat to him every day, and will continue to with this little blurb that I do here and that post, those 2 posts every day. And I'm not very active in there anymore at all because I'm doing the stream, which is essentially a suggestion of his or of the TLab to narrate and focus on your own trading instead of, just letting your lips flap in a Discord room. Some people, I swear to God, seems to me like they just love the sound of their own voice because they wax eloquent in there with big, it looks like War and Peace and things. So, it's not all roses, but there's, so that's it, so every day that's the TLab post. Let's get back to something perhaps more constructive here. And that is, I suppose you would find it important, as do I, to be able to trade in Bookmap. The way to do that is you must click the Trade Control Panel button here, this padlock, and pick a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose the chart column, the only place you can trade with the mouse is right here in this active data column. If you choose DOM, then the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both of them. Now, the first thing I do is make sure that I've got this on the right thing here. Ooh, which is there. That's just something they do. I don't know. I can't even turn the thing off. I unclick that, and every time I come back, it's clicked again. So I don't know. Next thing that's important to me is multi-brackets. Oop, and I don't want sim. I want multi-brackets. There we go. This is because I'm live trading. So this is where the risk neutral methodology is introduced into my trading. And the smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. 2-lot. Then you need to identify a stop loss for the entire package. And this is not the time to be figuring this out. You should do this well before the market open. Review your account risk parameters, the volatility for the instrument you're trading, a number of things figure into that. But let's assume that you've done so. And we have 12-tick stop for 2 lots. So once these are established, the first risk neutral scale is automatic. It is for the 1 lot or the half of the contracts, half of the package. And it is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. So the minute this is achieved, your trade is risk neutral. And the worst you can possibly do is scratch. Unless you are a complete donut and you move your stop away from entry, which I never do ever, period. Then there's a runner, and you can have it, you can configure these any which way you want to go, however you make sense for you and your account and your trading. After that, I sometimes activate the Execution Pro to have the system automatically trail to entry when we achieve T1. That's how I have it set up on my backtesting thing, and I've brought this down to 36 ticks. I'm trying different things here to see what I can do to get out of this drawdown. So let's go down to 36 ticks, and I will do the trail up manually. Now that we've selected that, we don't need these trade control panel tools anymore because we have multi-brackets. I have all the metrics up here, which are reflected here. You can turn these off and on if you don't like them up there, but I do. And so I can click the button again. I get my screen real estate back. I have all the metrics. I have cancel and close. So now we're ready to trade a risk neutral 2-lot with bracket orders, and we can just await the open, and hopefully this resetting on the volume profile it's been setting pretty well with that other configuration. I hope this one, I don't know what happened to my system here, but it hasn't been working very well, and that's been pretty frustrating. It just won't reset on the correct time, and I don't know why. Neither does Bookmap support either, by the way. So, I mean, I've sent them, logs and whatever else. So, we know there's no reports out now until 1300, which would be the Fed minutes. But, of course, we have the ever-present potential of unrecognized risk. Somebody dropping out of the sky with a microphone and something to say. And that's a reality in this recent environment last year or so. Well, since they took office, since the new administration took office, because they, Trump himself prefers to tweet stuff on Truth Social rather than, I don't know if he prefers, I shouldn't probably say that, but he continually does that, which is novel, to say the least, for me. I wish it would be a little bit more presidential and constrained like I'm used to. Then we could not, a trader's first objective is to preserve your account. And we're going to open here in 4 seconds. I'm going to shut up now. And no reset. Okay, that worked. That's good enough, I guess. Why it didn't do it automatically, who the hell knows? But as long as it's observing the reset, that's fine. So we did not open gap up. Here we are. I will now get over here and do something that's important in IRT. I'm going to switch from full session to day session only. And why do I do that? To keep the various value area high and low, developing value area high and low, those session prices. Okay, I got that. I need to keep them related to each other. God damn it. This thing is not listening to me. IRT's been having a lot of issues. My IRT's having a lot of, look at these lags. That's 30 seconds. That's ridiculous. It doesn't multi-thread, which is symptomatic of its age, I guess. But it's really frustrating to me when I'm trying to use my back-tested results forward testing for trade signals. And I'll explain all of that. Toot sweet. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this drama right here pretty quick. These are naked volume points of control. Boop. As I said, this is the tab for the minis, as well as then I am now trading the micros, so that's where I'm tracking. Okay. Well, there's the IB high, overnight mid, that looks pretty close. All of these flags and this data on these levels are pushed from my RT, and they're always pushed every 30 seconds. So, you know, there you go. What can I say? Now, this reset. What they said was they assumed that this had something to do wrong with the clock. I don't know. Look at that. What's that doing? Look at that. I can't begin to tell you why that's doing all that. But let's just, I'm trying to get it to fire exactly and be accurate. I don't think that's too much to ask. It's an expensive program. So we need to get up a little bit, a couple of ticks. Let's see if we could get these lined up here. And otherwise, I'll tweak these seconds around until I get that, what looks to be correct. So we've taken out the POC, we've taken out the overnight mid, and we've traded down to the close, previous close. So there, and the previous, no, didn't, yeah, we did take out the previous IB. You see how putting those initials makes a difference? I can tell you that that is the previous IB. Like I said, once again, it's school run Wednesday, Mondays and Wednesdays now at 9 o'clock. I'm usually gone about an hour. Nothing to do. And to be honest with you, I enjoy it. I spend time with our daughter, which is, you know, got to be careful with trading. It's like life's what happens while you're making other plans, you know. And my philosophy is life is short and you're dead a long time. So make the most of it. You got to keep a balanced approach, I believe. And here we are now. Oh, not watching the opening range trade. Damn. Well, there it would be on a 15-minute. We haven't got 15 in them yet. I'm just playing. This is just something I've been playing with to see what I think. Why that's doing that, I don't know. There you go. This is hello? Okay. Let's see if this actually trades. I've been having some weird issue with this thing not wanting to trade past a couple, 3 days ago. I don't know why. This is just a test. This is within the simulated environment. It's trading live AMP data from Rhythmic, same as Bookmap, and this is actually trading that data. However, the trades being sent are not going outside to the broker because I'm not confident enough in myself to do that right, to know. And it's complicated. Backtesting is one thing with IRT, but live trading, in my, as much as I know this point, is different. And in case you don't know, my focus is risk management. So I am certainly not going to put my account at risk with some code to trade live that I'm not sure of. That would be, pretty stupid, in my opinion. So I've got this is just looking at an opening range fade, and I've increased it from 1 minute to 15 minutes. So we're not at 15 minutes yet, right? Opening range is 77 to 62, so we're at about 15 handles. I've got the opening range limit at 25 handles here, just because I want to see what happens. Opening range period is 5 minutes. What? That's wrong. Why is that not saying 15 minutes? 5 minutes is come and gone, obviously. Well, actually, there's 5 minutes. By the way, if you look at my info boxes here, wherever I put the mouse, you can read what's going on. So 5 minutes is happened. We've gone through the 5 minute opening range and we have not had a breakout or a signal. It looks like we're going to get one here. There we go. Now, will it go up to the part where it's supposed to take a trade? Yes. I don't know. So I don't know why this thing is not doing what it's supposed to. There was the trigger for the fade, and we should be in a short coming down here, and it's not doing that, and I don't know why. So, back to the drawing board. What I will do before we leave is go to my actual vetted setup. This is, as it says, testing and goofing around place over here, right? Here's another one that I've been monkeying with. Yeah, it's not doing anything that I can see. It's certainly not graphing any kind of a trade that would have been taken. That is so weird. I don't know. I need to just dig into it, dig into the code. This is exactly why I don't have this thing trade live, right? So no more news until 1300. We're in a tight range. We've got about 80, 60, well, tight my ass. I'm so used to normal. This is a 20 handle range. We're in a 20 handle IB on the ES. That's a lot, you know? Something I want to point out is be real careful when you're doing things like moving this. If you accidentally click in this column right here, you've got a trade or an order on you may not have anticipated. And I can tell you that when I leave, I'm going to turn this off just so, you know, one of the cats doesn't mosey in here and do some trading for me or something. Well, this would be a conventional IB or opening range trade move now. I don't know why that thing's not doing that. That is so weird. So, yeah. Here we go. Well, somebody's excited about something here. I'm not sure what. Let's get Blue Boy on the job. This is a top secret proprietary indicator called a vertical line. You could probably pitch that and sell it on YouTube, I swear to God. There we go. I put this on as a marker of the first tick of every session, print, whatever. The thinking is that as long as I can glance left and see that blue line, I know that I've got the entire session in view, which gives me an understanding of the context so far. I'm just puzzled as to why that opening range trade thing isn't working, because all the code looks exactly right. It's the fade that's not working. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and that's move on. So I'm going to take this system off of the chart here and close that system down. And then we'll bring up the initial balance trades, which is a vetted system I have put together. Let's see what we have here. Come on, IRT. See what we've got in the main for configuration. So this is set up to trade a 12 tick stop, 36 tick T1, 36 tick T2, a 12 tick break even. At 12 ticks, it scales to 12 ticks. What the hell? Let's see what happened. Okay. And now I'm going to push that to the chart. And I'm going to turn these off so there's not lines zooming all over everywhere. At 9:30, these levels will start populating here, and they will be pushed across the book map, and the system will be watching. It would graph a trade like this: entry, exit, stop, whatever. So let's see. I'm getting this all rigged up here for when I need to step away in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah. So that's set. Again, that's trade that will be taking live trades from the data, but not to the brokerage within IRT, because I don't know how to do it. And I certainly don't know how to do it to risk money on it. So this is all happening okay. See where we are and what's going on here today so far. And book map. Now here we have Blue Boy on the job. We're at about 75 cents over here, so I'd like to get that at $1 if I could. Like that. There you go. So we're at 1 point high. 15 minutes on this down here, because so what? There's no trades. I'm not looking at the initial balance trades until there's an initial balance statistic, which does not happen until 9:30. So there you go. Now I'm going to make sure that I've got all the other pieces of my life in place at this moment. Oop. There we go. Bowman speaks, press briefing at 12. Oh boy. Trump participates in something. I saw several of these, but it said press barred or something like that. So there's a lot of weird things going on. Sorry about that. All right, it's school run time. Woo, look at us go. Gonna push that IB higher, eh? Remember, it's not a statistic until 9:30. I'll be back as quick as I can. Remember to mind your risk, huh? What'd I miss? IB something. Let's see here. Yeah, there's an IB. That. Not good. Not good. Not good. What do the trades do? I don't know. Hey, Antonio. Morning. Just back from the school run. So let me see now. Always, when you return from you're back to your office, your desk, whatever, at least I do. I have in my trade plan, absolutely don't grab the mouse and start going, oh, hey, trade, you know. I don't think that has a winning track record necessarily. So let's see now. Everybody's excited. What has the thing done there? Well, we have an A. I don't see any B's. I see a trade that got, looks like it got taken for a scratch. Disappointed about these flags. Boy, I'll tell you right now. Sick of working with them though. And to be honest, this is all haywire. This is not an A signal at all. So I've gotten this code all scrambled somehow or another because this is absolutely not correct. It needs to close, or I better check the code because I could, you know, maybe in some late night session I made a change here, but my original methodology was for an A needed to have a open lower than the close, and then on the previous bar, then the signal bar needed to open lower than the close, and the close needed to be above or through the IB. What this would be is that the high is through the IB, but the close is above the open. Then we need a B. Again, close inside the zone rather than high above. I mean, open above the close and the close within the zone. And then the trigger. Now this would all be for a failure IBF, and that would be the code there. So I think I've managed to completely screw this up. Oh, I'm busy talking to myself too. This is a volume average, and I've set it to 1 and 1 to try to just eliminate it. So anyway, I'm back. I'll keep my eyes on what's going on here and see if something materializes. My suspicion is that the addition of these filters to try to keep the system aligned with context has managed to defeat my intention. So I'm going to remove those, even though I go progressively, you know, and the problem is at the market time, it can look right, but then the market changes and then what happens? I don't know what that's about. Oh, the low. Okay. I did there, but anyway, sorry about that. That should be okay now. So what's going on? We've got little Miss Levitt going to do her thing at 12. Yeah, I guess it's Levitt. Trump at 1500, 1530. Okay. So crypto's off the scale in extreme fear. Jesus criminy. And whatever this is about up here for, I don't know what. Normal, I guess. This makes no sense. I, can safely say don't look at that. I'm certainly not. That's exactly why I don't trade. I'd have the system taking actual trades. Boy, would I love to have an ATM in the basement, huh? And I'd just stand back and, check in every 15 minutes and make sure the See if I need to increase the size of my bank account. But then I woke up. So what have we got for context? Blue Boy is sliding off over here, being a big shot. Context is definitely up. We've had one VPOC migration. Remember that this is the full session, or RTH session is the bright yellow. The more muted yellow is the full session. They're not aligned, which is kind of bizarre. What needs to happen here is this 48.67 needs to get up to 56. Once that happens, another 1,000 contracts, more or less, then both will migrate together and away we go. Again, everything I do is real simple, straightforward, common sense, price action, volume, price levels, like right here, what I'm talking about. This is not mysterious or magical, as I was talking, in the pre-market. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. So far, 69.17.5 has traded 4,867 contracts. The very split second that one of these prices is one contract more than that, the POC is going to go there. Simple. What I was just talking about was the fact that the RTH POC here, 68.67, and if you notice that it's 48.67 up here on the full session. The minute that this full session trades higher than 56.53 here, this full session POC will migrate up to the same price. And that's all there is to it. If you want to seem like a wizard for your friends, you could say, well, I predict that POC's got a high probability of returning back to 69.09 pretty soon. And that's a reasonable idea because it's 4,867 at the POC and the previous POC is 45.32. So we've only got to get, about 300 contracts traded off down here, and we're going to bring the POC back down here. It's just that easy. It's just math, volume, and in a sense, common sense. This is context. Do you suppose it would be a good idea to be shorting, to be going with the opposing army, or trading in alignment with context? I think it's better to go with. And I'm certainly not the last word in profitability over here yet, but I'm long on common sense. Well, now we're getting normal stuff here. Okay. This is a normal A pattern. This is a normal B pattern. And there's a trigger. So we should have gone short, and we did. Is it going to get stopped out? Likely. That's at least, it's at least firing properly. I don't know what the hell this is all about. I guess maybe I wasn't here to be, it was just playing. Because, you know, when the mouse is away, the cat's away, the mice will play, or however that goes. Beats the hell out of me, but here we are. There's exactly what I'm looking for. There's the signal open below, close above. Previous to signal bar is lower than the open, lower than the close. B low is within the range, and then trigger, we come back up and hit the trigger value, and boom, it's exactly right. I mean, that's how I expect the code to work. Whether it's going to be profitable in this environment or not, it doesn't think about that. And in my opinion, it would not be, because it's counter trend. Now, this is where I was trying to get those, you know, the context filters involved, and also the ATR filter, which was just nothing more than if the ATR average true range is greater than whatever value I had coded in, it wouldn't take a trade. Thinking that would be a good idea. And look at us here now. What's happening? What's happening over here now? We have no lags. This is kind of weird because it looks different than no, I guess it's the same. I'm gonna say the scale can look so different between IRT here and bookmap. And that's because we're at 2.5 points here in the bookmap thingy. So let's get that out to 1 point. And it does look a little bit more normal. We got a crazy Ivan going on here. And we're getting close to a scale here. Ooh. I'm not with it yet. Sorry about that. My mind is still back on don't have a wreck. Driving in this traffic. This is a funny place. Just as a anecdote here. I've never lived here before in my life, and I never really thought I would, but I moved here because of the original job. We moved back from Kuala Lumpur, where we've lived for years, 11, 12 years. And this is some interesting driving. I have never gone out on the road, and this is not an exaggeration. I've never gone out on the road here where at least one person has not run a red light. And, eat the light, I don't count eat the light. Like it turns yellow and red and you go through on the yellow and you look in the rearview mirror and two people are coming behind you. I don't count those. I mean, where you're sitting at a light and it's your turn to go and somebody comes whistling across the intersection in front of you. It's the craziest thing. And you never see cops arresting people. And there's apparently what somebody told me, there are, every one of this intersection has cameras and stuff to supposedly do that. They stopped issuing red light violations based on the camera. And so everybody just went, yeah, buckaroo, let's go. It's the weirdest place when it comes to that. So this is not a trade I would want to be in over here based on everything that I normally talk about. It's exactly against context. We've had a VPOC migration higher, in fact. And, oh man. If anything, that would be a VPOC migration I would be thinking about a long. I think I'm talking to a mute mic. Sorry about that. And I tell you, what I was talking about was these so clear in hindsight, you know. What are you gonna do right there? You're gonna be upset that you missed that signal, and you get long, and then, oh wait, then you get stopped out, and then it comes back through and retests, and then you take it long. So clear in hindsight, isn't it? That's how the internet, a lot of the gurus do it, you know, or the Instagrammers especially. If somebody doesn't trade live in front of you, personally, I just chalk it up to, okay, good, you've got some sort of angle figured out that you are making money, most likely on, you know, YouTube and advertising rather than trading. Otherwise, why not trade live? I mean, think about it. If you're such a good trader and you make so much money trading live, and you go to the trouble of having a stream and all of that stuff, why not trade live on the stream? Of course, yeah, you know what I mean? I just don't get it. But there's a lot of it I don't get. A lot of it I don't get. And this, even had I gone long in, you know, we already know that the system took a short, just stopped out. I stopped out here. Well, let's keep an eye on it. Maybe the damn thing will do something else. So there's no flags. I did change something. This is another problem. Oh, well. Not problem, but potential reason that the system is performing much less efficiently than before. In backtesting, I put in a very definite code filter that when any position is taken and that position goes flat and then the system goes flat again, all of the flags are set to 0. Or reset over again. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be that if a short went flat, then only the short signals would be reset, not the long. So they could still be viable. I didn't think that the system might be able to figure that out, but I'm not sure that I could keep up with it in Bookmap and in actual trading, which is the point of all this. So, there you are. And what have we got? Almost 11 again. Clearly the place to be was on this opening swing. Boom, booms, kazam. What caused that? Who knows? You know, how did that work? How did we take a, what is it? Say 70 to 40 handle, 50 handles? How did we take 50 handles there without even blinking an eye? Why? At 8:45? So much for the VPOC continuation trade. And had that and had the short not stopped out here, of course, it would be looking all special. That's just what happened, right? That's the joy of trading. This is, in fact, the typical outcome that I experience when I try to trade the VPOC migration. And as I've said before, in my previous journal where I kept accurate track of every trade locally, you know, not online or anywhere, on another machine, actually, it was the worst setup, hands down, statistically. So there's a lot of people trade it, make money with it, I guess. And I would love to figure it out. Well, here we go again. Let's see what happens now. How long? I don't see any B, but we got a long going out of here. I don't think that's going to be a winning situation, but you never know. Put a long one over here and see, huh? Oh, I think I missed it. Oh, look at there.
Order submitted.
All right, we got one on.
Order submitted.
Let's see what happens. It's in alignment with the system, so that maybe is good, maybe isn't. I don't know. It's in the direction of context, and it's VPOC migration at some point. Who the hell knows? So let's see if we can get to T1, huh? They keep getting close to that T1, but they're just not getting there. Which is not especially a good thing, because it isn't it funny how seemingly important these levels are. Look at that. Those levels have got nothing to do with anything except I just put them there. And stop, of course. What are you? Jesus, I give up. really. And it'll turn around now and just go ripping right on, but down to the level here, and then now we go back the other way. I really give up. I don't know what to do, so I'm not trading anymore for a while until I see this. This is now going to be, that would now be 10 consecutive stops in a row on this trade, on this initial balance trade. And, you know, I don't know what to say, actually. Other than now now this is a short signal. A B short. You know? I'm leery about taking that trade either, also. I'm not sure what's gone wrong here, but something definitely has, and I'm going to have to sort out what it is before I get involved with this anymore. I am really puzzled about that. And for the first month and a half, this thing was ticking over like John Deere tractor. Boy, it was just, you know, ticking and ticking and ticking. Normally, I would never take an entry so close to a POC, were it not for my interpretation of what you do when a migrating volume point of control. But, you know, once again, and I'm not going to short it either. It did not put in a short. It didn't reach the trigger. And once we got across the POC, if it reaches the trigger, I'd be leery to do it, frankly. Exactly. So we're crossed over the 90 minutes, and you know we're in RTH2. I'm gonna probably just take a. I've got to do some stuff here. Wonder what the hell. Try to pull back and figure this out. So I'm so amazed at how these levels seem to have such impact, especially when I know that they are absolutely meaningless, just arbitrary lines that I selected and put on the chart. They represent the trigger zone for this IB stat, which I had worked out, and it's just 1 point either side of the IB. Now, how can that possibly be so important? It can't, that I can see. And of course, now, if you got long here, of course, now it's going to go up and take T1 and all that. I just don't know. I don't know how to quantify that into some sort of strategy that can be, back tested and quantified. And it's so easy in hindsight to say, well, I, saw this and that, and then I took this. I don't know. I can't even make it up as fast as some people do, but it's depressing, I'll tell you that much, for me. Well, that was a good lunch and walk. Now let's see what the hell's going on. Tell you, I'm disappointed in this stuff, that's for sure. 12 o'clock, Ms. Levitt. I wouldn't be there, but it doesn't surprise me it fell off. Had an A and a B and no trigger. Remember the release of the Fed minutes at 1300. So that's just what's going on now. All right, so they're through with the minutes. She's ended her. No, they're not through with the minutes yet. She's ended her press conference. This is all New Zealand. This is all Royal Bank of New Zealand governor here. This has got nothing to do with us. Yes, you're with the States, I should say. So these were the minutes that released at 1. And I thought there'd be some conversation about this, but not. I gotta stay standing here. I don't know what to think, to be honest about it. This has got to change. This consistent. I mean, there's always a drawdown, and I plan for consecutive stops in a row when it's one of the metrics output from the back tests. But this is almost, almost double that consecutive stops. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do, actually. I don't know what to think. Scrap the system, or I don't know. As I look at the trades the system has traded today, except for this outlier here, which as I said earlier, none of those signals right there make any sense. I'm assuming it's because of a lag or maybe an internet issue. I don't know. I wasn't here. I was on the school run, so I was gone from 9 until right there, just back after that was over. But these are absolutely A, B, trigger. That's perfectly set up and perfectly triggered. Short. Stopped. A. This is A. I don't see a B here either. There should be there a B. And a trigger, long, stop, the B for the short, and no trigger. Something's not right. Something isn't right. It just signals aren't. There's only one set of signals here I see that are illogical to me. So something's wrong or off, or something to do with the code. There's our open, let's not forget. Well, what would have signaled such a sell-off? What would be the go-to? Other than just picking the top and a mean reversion, which is just about the dumbest, you know, widely understood to be one of the most retail and dumbest ideas. For example, how do you know this is the top and not this is the top, or this is the top, or this is the top, or this is the top? You know? Or this is the top. You don't. This kind of analysis only seems convincing when the person is working the rearview mirror, you know? I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is just look at this and ask myself the question, is there anything I could have done here that would have been suggested a positive trade? Obviously, this was a signal trade, and it took a stop, which I expect is going to happen. Obviously, it's a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade's 50-50. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Boom. But I'm getting tired of them, you know. There needs to be a way to break or a new approach. I need to have another setup because this one has obviously lost its edge until I understand why or what has changed. I have no problem trading them until they exceed the parameters of the backtest and the data. And then once the data says something is wrong, then you have to listen to the data. Not, you know, oh my God, wishing and hoping and, you know, smoking that hopium. Doesn't work. That is pretty darn disappointing, though. Pretty darn disappointing. I'm trying to think of any setups and trades out there that I can think of that I can vet. I speak about this frequently here because it's something that's always on your mind. I very definitely recognize you need to have more than one vetted setup, and that's I've tried to look at this VPOC migration so many times I am blue in the face. Some people trade it and do very well. I just don't see it. Mean reversion trade seems like a good idea because that's a very definite, the majority of the trading depth, 250 trading days in a year, the majority of those days are mean reversion. Well, going to be hitting that power hour here pretty quick. Right back to the opening range. Oh, the 15 minutes, sorry. Or is it 5? A minute. That's one of the few days that the old-fashioned opening range trade would have been a smashing success, but it's got the most dismal statistic overall. So yeah. That's one of the real problems, or not problems, that's a pitfall about trading that figures into Monkey Boy, which is our what's going on here? It figures into Monkey Boy, which is our Why isn't that working? Man. There it is. You know, over all of the things that kept us alive over the years and thousands of years of evolution really work against us most of the time as traders. I refer to it as our monkey mind, you know, stuff that we've inherited or come down through our DNA. Some people talk about it, you know, like Jekyll and Hyde or whatever. It's based on your neural pathways, and it's what controls our emotions, triggers your adrenaline, gives you that FOMO, revenge trade, chasing, all those kind of things. You don't suffer from that much. I mean, first of all, you're never going to eliminate those from who you are. So you need to very definitely be aware, be in the here and now while you're trading so that you notice and recognize immediately when those kind of emotions and, you know, those chemicals start hitting your system, and you don't act on them. I don't chase, I don't FOMO, I never move my stop away from entry, none of that stuff. I never double down. None of those typical things. I feel those emotions, absolutely. But I don't react to them. And confirmational bias is one of the real biggies. You know, that's what the basis of, look at, you know, as I was pointing out euphemistically, but it is surprising. Look at all the times that the price has reacted to this level right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, or down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those levels are meaningless. They're just lines that I put on a chart. These are the pullback and continuation and trigger zones, which I just dreamed up about the initial balance trades. They're there for a reason in my world, but they have got nothing to do with support and resistance or any of that stuff. Now, maybe I am just, you know, like the mystical savant that figured out levels by accident here. Who the hell knows? But I sort of doubt that right off the bat, but I'm happy to have that be the case. I don't know how you would bear that out, you know, but it's the same. That's the same phenomenon that happens with like Fibonacci numbers and that kind of thing. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or, you know, confirmational bias. I'm not saying that I predict any of that stuff or that that's what these are, but I like to point out every day those things so that perhaps, you know, anybody that's passing through the stream would go, oh man, good point. We need to worry about price action and probabilities. Now, if I wanted to say, okay, I've determined that this level right here, which is the upper trigger level, acts as resistance, and I would try to figure out, then I would try to vet a setup that takes that as resistance and shorts against it or goes the other way or something like that, and then you do the statistical analysis and you vet that setup. I'm not going to bother because I know better, know better. I know where that line came from, and it varies every day. It was the initial balance high, but you know, yeah. I hope you understand the point. If anybody's got a consistently profitable setup, drop it in the chat. I'm all ears, boy. At this point. Right back to the open. This entire day so far has been one giant speculative maneuver to shake everybody out. Look at that. We have gone exactly no place. A lot of money got lost along the way, or made. Remember, made. This is a perfect example of my zero sum comments here. Futures trading is a zero sum game. I hope you understand that. I definitely do. Hope anybody hearing this understands that. We trade contracts in futures. There has to be one buyer and one seller for every contract. There can never be more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers for trade in any futures market. So what does that mean exactly? Well, in my opinion, it means, look at all this. What was this? Well, buying, 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 buying. Someone was on the other side of all those trades selling. And how would that someone make money? Sell to somebody, buy from somebody on the way down. All these stops, run all these stops, which are buy orders. You know, they're resting. They convert to market orders, sell orders, and these guys can run through them. Taking them down, they're going to own all this liquidity down here again. I guess. I think. That's my opinion. That's why the market goes up to go, you know, the age-old thing. The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down. Pretty normal. Now, long run, sure. The S&P is higher now than it was a year ago. But it never just marches straight up there in a line. It cannot do that. And isn't hindsight clear? I mean, yeah, sure. I saw this opening swing and I got long here. And I saw this double top up here and I got test. We didn't get anywhere and I got short. You know, of course I didn't do either one of those things. That's all hindsight. all down to that previous high. That doesn't make, hold on, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, right here. Did you know about this V reversal right here? Well, somebody did. I'm sure there's people making money there. Picking the bottom, they picked the top and they picked the bottom. Aren't they proud of themselves? I would be too. I would never think of doing that. Because where's the top? Here? Is this the top? How about there? Is that the top? Is that the top? Turns out it was. How about the bottom? Well, now it's a new, is that the bottom? Is that the bottom? We don't know. How do we know? Still got 2 hours. Still got an hour to go in the cash market. So yeah, I don't really have many pearls of wisdom here. I'm standing here scratching my head trying to figure out what to do. I wish someone would pony up and drop something in the chat there to share. My philosophy about, or my approach to the market, I guess you could say, to trading, is that it is a business based on probability and data, not wishing and hoping and gunslinging and video gaming and a lot of discretion. It is, so that's the way I'm trying to approach it, because it's the way that is professed to be the system that the most successful traders in the world have used and use. Jim Simmons and, Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader and Mark Douglas and Thorpe and Peter Brandt and, pick one. If you listen to them long enough, they all talk about probabilities, a current, set of occurrences, law of large numbers. And it is the same methodology as your business model is a casino, which, has a pretty good track record of making money. So that's my approach. You select a reoccurring pattern that you see frequently, daily, hopefully, and you identify the parameters that would qualify an entry for that, and then you capture a sample set of those occurrences of that set up in those parameters, and it needs to be a large enough data set to be outside of random distribution so that it's statistically significant, right? And if it has an edge and the rest of the numbers add up, well, you have a vetted trade. And then whenever that presents itself in the live market, you take the trade. And you lean on the law of large numbers and the probabilities to, increase your bank account. And that's the methodology I've been following for months now. And all of a sudden, I'm getting nowhere real quick, which is disappointing. Now, I'm confident enough in the system and in my, like I said, I don't freak out, or Monkey Boy doesn't zoom around the office taking control. But the idea is that you don't ever make changes or make, summary changes to your methodology or your system until the data tells you so. Until, for example, there's so many, the back test will have so many consecutive losses or stops in a row, and so many consecutive winners. Until you exceed those consecutive stops in a row over a large data set, you don't make changes because it's not broken. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, It's part of random distribution. But this has succeeded that. So I'm pretty disappointed about that, and I'm disappointed in that I can't come up with a good alternative idea here. And I guess my biggest problem is that I didn't have more than one vetted setup group, which are the 2 IB trades. So I have to give a lot of thought to that, and that's what I'm doing now. Just, for the sake of sharing the knowledge in the stream, the backtesting works like this. Go away. There you go. These are the rules that I identified and have coded up for the initial balance trade. There's 2 trades. There's initial balance continuation and initial balance failure. One for the, one each for the IB high, one each for the IB low. So these are the rules that I had verified long ago and vetted, and whatever else would be applicable. Now, what I've done that I think might have shot myself in the foot was tried to add some contextual filters, because when volatility got real big around the end of the year and or middles of January, say, when this started not producing properly, or as it had been, I got to thinking, well, I'm going the wrong way all the time, like right here, Now, turns out this signaled short if you took it. Wherever that went. Well, you'd have been stopped out here anyway, so it wouldn't have worked. But say you had a short signaled, I'm thinking here, standby, and you took it, and until this, and remember, this was all day. The context of this market was up. There was no question about the context of the market at this point. Now it's kind of different, but taking a short against it, in other words, going against the trend, which is what I didn't want to do. So I was trying to come up with parameters for that, or some sort of filter methodology for that, and maybe that's destroyed my basic setup. I don't know. And then I've struggled with these damn signal markers, which are immaterial, except to me, because I was going to share. Somebody wanted to share this with me, and I wanted these markers to be accurate for him to use. And it's good, it's good heads up for me if they worked right. Why there's no B up here? A, B, trigger short, okay. Clean up, A. Why there's no B right there, I don't know. That should be a B. That should be signal B, and there should not be possibility of a long trigger without a B being there, because all these do is reflect these flags, because I don't read numbers well. I'm dyslexic, so there you go. Anyway, the way this works is this chart and these signal markers and things are just for my visual confirmation that things are happening where and when I expect them to in the system. Has nothing to do with how the system would actually trade the trade. By sending the system to the chart, it plots these trades that are taken or would, and again, I want to really be clear that this is all happening within the simulated IRT simulator, because it's live data, it's real time, it's the same data that Bookmap is trading. I'm trading on Bookmap, but I don't want these things going to my live data, my live dollar account, as you might imagine. I don't know how to code this properly so that I can control it and be confident in it at this point, as far as live trading goes. Backtesting, yeah, no problem. So how do you backtest with this thing? Well, first of all, let me say that if you try to backtest manually, let's go back a step. In order to backtest accurately, there can be no discretion, because every rule has to be executed in the same way on every trade, or every rule needs to be, respected and evaluated the same for every bar on every trade. So how could you possibly backtest 1,000 days or 500 days of 1 minute candles going, well, okay, so did that A really qualify? That's another reason I was wanting to have these signal markers work right. So I didn't have to, where's the B? Okay, now is that a B? That ought to be a B. Well, imagine doing that over 1,000 or, I know from experience that when I backtest the system for 500 days, it turns out to be 499 days, and there's roughly 225,000 1 minute candles. So there was no way I think anybody could do that mechanically and accurately manually. So what I do is I set up the backtest, 500 days, 2 contracts, RTH session, the reports I want, the instrument I want. Okie dokie. Backtest. Watch this. So there you are, 498 days, 223,287 1 minute candles. Took 10 seconds. And believe me, there is absolutely no discretion. The computer evaluates every one of these rules specifically over every 1 minute candle. It's phenomenal, and to me. So that's how, and then there are other reports available, but these are the ones that, oh, come on, man. IRT sometimes struggles when it's trying to think. There's 785 trades, 400 long, 385 short. Traded a total of 3,100 shares. Great. Trades per day is 1.5, which is just, math. Max favorable excursion is 285. Max adverse is $90. You can see a lot of data in here that you can use, higher level data. And this one's a report I like a lot. So of these 785 trades, 621 of them are winners at $32.43, with the methodology for trading as set in the system. And then there's 164 stops at $29.76. That's pretty damn close to 1-to-1. That's not exactly very great, right? And there's the 1.09 win-to-loss ratio. 79% win rate. So that's a bad risk to reward. And that's by the way I've set up the code here. And it is 12 tick stop, 36 tick T1, 36 tick T2 at 12 ticks trigger. We're going to scale up to 12 ticks. So that's a pretty random thing I was just messing with today. And I've also moved out the ATR limit, and I set the volume thing to 1 and 1 up here, the volume profile or volume indicatory thing. It says moving average, but what it is a moving average of volume 1 to 1. So that's how that works. Now, I can change those values, and it won't change here in these reports until I rerun the backtest, but it changes in real life on the chart. Anyway, so that's how that works. The next step or report that I find quite amazing and helpful. This is every one of 785 trades and the exact moment it was taken and the date and what kind of trade it was and what was the result. Well, here's an IB long, T1, T2, here's an IB short, stop. And there's the dollar or outcome of them right here. Now, you can manually dissect these and go back and look at every day, and you can send this like I've done here to the chart, and you could go back, as long as you had the view period correct, you could go back and look at all 785 trades. Pretty incredible. This is just me, but what I do after that is push it over here. And each one of these lines is a back test. And I enter all that data and these, there it is. And then it calculates win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, MFE, MAE, which I now enter. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. You can actually even do, standard deviation, Soltino, Sharpe ratio, all of that stuff is generated. So with that data, I felt and I feel that I can say I have a vetted setup. Okay. And here's some I was doing this weekend on the 14th. There's hundreds of them in here. This is just the MES. There's a whole stack of ES above it. So there's the data that I expect should work out. And these consecutive winners, consecutive losers over here, once I'm okay, as long as it's losing, I haven't had more consecutive stops in a row than that number. The minute it gets there, 1.5 times that, I start thinking, okay, something's broken somewhere. Did I make some change that I'm not aware of? And I try to note that stuff, like up here, what's happening, how I change things. And I never make any changes unless I do them systematically, as what I believe to be systematically, which is I run a back test of the system as it is, record it, make the change and note the change over here on this sheet, and then run the back test again. Is there an improvement? Is it not? If it's not, then obviously you roll it back. That's the way I'm trying to approach this, and I believe systematic and a proper way to do it. I've got a sizing chart here, which I've given up on even hoping for anymore. It's the way it's been going these last set of losses here. But I start with the micros, and the idea is that I will trade micros until the profit factor in ticks, that the profit in ticks is 1.33 times the mini two-lot. It's typical in the same risk-neutral two-lot package until the mini 1.33 times the mini full stop. When that happens, I automatically, that means I should automatically move to the minis from the micros. So, I'm trying to be as systematic and thought out, monkey boyish about this as I can be. But this last go around has been really disappointing. I'm really trying to figure out, scratching my head as to what to do next here, frankly. Now, if I had a big YouTube following and was getting ads and, monetization, I'd put out videos about opening range trade and how to vet trades, and then I'd be okay. I'd be making my money that way, which is what I think, if the truth were known, most of, or at least a majority of the internet people are that way. Because if you my criteria, and this is just me, if somebody on YouTube doesn't trade live and they go, well, we're going to look at the live market, and then you see what they're doing, they're replaying. Okay? That is not the live market. That's not real. If they're not really trading that setup without glitches and edits and all that kind of thing, and one thing I do here that I try to really emphasize transparency and accountability, you notice that I stream my entire monitor. So you can see any open programs, you can see the monitor, you can see the clock of the computer, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, and it better tie back up with what's going on over here on the bottom of the book map or IRT. Otherwise, it's BS. If I were to say I trade this live and you look down here and it's tomorrow afternoon, you're going to know, well, wait a minute. This says the 18th of February, and this down here says the 20th. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? So that's, I trade live and for all the world to see, outcome as it is. I never move my stops. I never move my stop away from entry, or in this case, away from the entry. I do trail up to trade manage, right? Which is proper. And, but I trade for all the world to see here. So my personal point is that if someone doesn't do that, then how do I know they're not just, BS and bus tickets like 99% of the other YouTube people that I suspect are? So kind of demoralizing, but fake news, baby. I'll use Trump's fake news. I don't know what else to say. So there you are. That's the backtesting setup. I'd love to have somebody throw something in the chat. What you trade, how you trade, what I'm doing wrong. Have you seen some error that I'm making here in my thinking or my logic? The rules are simple, which we can go through right here. The rules of the trade are simple. There's only 3. Keep it simple, stupid. That's all, and that's for a reason. Psychologically and clinically proven that if humans get more than about 5 things to use as criteria, they default to the simpler or the most prominent one quickly. And these guys I see that have like 10-point or 15 or 20-point checklists for trade entry, there's no way they're going to do that before a trade in the heat of the moment. Anyway, 3 rules. The first rule, and I'm not very imaginative in my naming, A, B, trigger. A is hold on, let's make this as clear as I can and as big and all that kind of stuff. Okay, A, this is the IB high. The first initial balance statistic is right there. You're going, but wait, this is 10 o'clock and this one went through the IB high. Yeah, but it didn't meet the qualifications of the trade, of my signal, which is the IB, the signal bar must open below the IB, close above it, And the bar previous to the signal bar needs to open lower than it closes. The idea is I want to see price going in that direction, thinking about momentum. That rule satisfied. The next one is B. So you'll notice that there are these pullback zone and continuation zones up here, these blue and purple for both, around on both. And they're very simple. I'm happy to share these levels and prices with anybody that's interested. There, the prices, it's real easy. The pullback and continuation zones are 3 to 5 points above the IB or below. And the trigger, which are these little dot guys over here, they're just 1 point on either side. So B comes down, low, not the close necessarily is equal to, and the low is within this range. Then price pulls back towards the initial balance high to within the trigger zone. Trigger, a short. Boom, Bob's your uncle, that's it. Other way around for the long, same exact rules for the IB low. Plain and simple. And I don't think they worked, very well for a while until January. From like November-ish to January when I finally got this coded up. Now I have to just figure it out. It's just been and I know that there's always going to be stops. And that doesn't bother me. If I've taken the trade properly per my setup, I feel like it's a good trade. I know that they won't all win, but if I do the setup properly, and execute properly, that's a good trade. But all of a sudden, there's been a string, like I said, 10 or something stops in a row. Well, that can't continue. I'm not going to, die by 1,000 cuts. So I have to figure out what the problem is. But I think that the rules still make sense to me. That's why I was saying earlier about these lines and how, how frequently price comes up to them. They seem to be support or resistance. It's just two lines. 3 to 5 points on either side of the IB. I don't know if I'm, if somehow I magically divine some, holy Fibonacci or some holy level. But it's funny to me how often it works. Look at there. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway. That's the back testing. We'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then get ready for the market on closing balance at 1450 and the end of the stream at 1500, and be ready for tomorrow morning at 0800. There's going to be a lot of work, a lot of midnight oil burning tonight. You can bet on that. Okay, I'm going to get this back to. If there's any questions or anything, I'm happy. I would be real happy to have a dialogue and answer them. And, that's a good way to sort out or ferret out and identify problems. But there you go. So thanks for coming by the stream. Like and subscribe. I'm only in that for the stream for the subs and the likes, That's... I'm not monetized or anything, so it's my virtual trading journal. And if you were here, very definitely how I anticipated this trade setup and executed it, and you see the result, right? Plain as day. And with Bookmap, it plots like this. There was the break even. If we'd have gotten to T1, this break even would have dropped down to the stop. Oops, and there's a T2 up there. And it did not. It got right up close to it, but didn't quite get there. Couldn't get over this trigger line, this world famous huge level that I figured out over here. Jesus. Crazy. And Blue Boy is smoking out behind the barn over here, I guess. Remember, Blue Boy is just a vertical line put on the first print of each session so that I can, it's a visual cue for me that I've got the entire session in range. So here's what we've done today. Yeah. Now, I'm sure there's some sort of press thing or another coming up at 1500, so be real careful about that in case you still trade. Reception at, now this is a new one that nobody knew about right here. A reception at 1400. That was not on the calendar 10 minutes ago that I saw. Wow, there you are. The last thing that was on this calendar was the news conference. When she got through with it at 1, we were watching over here, and we looked down here, and I said, well, the next one is going to be 1500 and 1530. Now all of a sudden there's 1400. And he is on the microphone, so random risk is afoot. Be careful. Be careful. And I don't say that. Let me see where I even made a hot thing for this. The stuff I talk about here to do with these random risk things, and it's generally revolves around, the current administration, is nothing to do with, it's not political in any way. It is a recognition that as a trader, our first and foremost prime directive is to preserve our account. And any unidentified, random critical risk that drops out of the sky when you're in the middle of a trade is not the way to preserve your account. Risk management is the key. So you want to pre-identify any potential risks that would present themselves when you're assessing whether you want to expose your account to market risk or not. In other words, get in a trade or not. We know that non-farm payroll is supposed to be released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, and we've known that for 30 years. But when some random thing can happen out of no place that can have a huge impact on the market, that's something to be really aware of. And that's why I try to always point that out, because we don't know. He may say absolutely nothing or something wonderful and the market goes shooting up. We don't know that. He may say something like he did that thing with China and the tariffs, and the market dropped 220. He put out a tweet 10 o'clock on Friday morning, and the market dropped 229 points. Not ticks, points. Times 4, that's ticks. And it turned out neither one of them were accurate. Neither one of them were real. China hadn't done what he said he was mad about, and consequently, he never did any of this tariff response that he said, that he threatened. Perfectly his right to do that. I wish he wouldn't stop using tweets and, Truth Social and that crap. I realize he's trying to get people to subscribe so that they can get subscribers so that it can become more successful. I get it. It's like most things they're doing, it's got to do with money and business after the fact, I guess. I wish he'd stop doing that because it seems less presidential to me, and I wish they would stick to the normal press conference and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So that we could have things scheduled, but they don't. So that's why I point out random risk, unqualified random risk potential, and that's exactly what it is. I don't care who's there. Joe Blow, Obama, Clinton, I don't give a shit who they are. If they act the same way and we have the same environment, I'm going to say the same thing. Because it is an alert about risk. It's just like saying heads up, non-farm payroll at the bottom of the hour. Right? Same idea. Same exact idea. So let's go now. Here we go. I've pretty well talked about today's market. We know that Trump is talking, so never mind. I'm all done anyway. Here we are with the day. The day. Now let's look at the. Oh, I don't think I did this yet. Market recap. There we go. So the here we are. Here's the day, and let's look at the what we have to anticipate tomorrow. Tomorrow, this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it to whatever you want, reports, time zone, etc. They only report, here, let me point this out. They only report real, normal economic data and reports. You don't see any Trump's going to talk, there's going to be something going on. No. This is where you see things that we're used to. PMI, CPI, non-farm payroll, durable goods, building permits, traditional reports. And if you don't know what any of them mean, you can click the link here that the title turns into a link. You can click it and go find out all about it. So I like this report. I like this site. Also, let's look at tomorrow. Let's look at the whole week, actually. You can do that. So here's Wednesday. There we are. Thursday, what do we got? The Philly Fed, initial jobless claims. Oh, talking Feds, that's great. Pending home sales. Friday. Core PCE. GDP. That's a biggie. GDP, S&P, more talking Feds. Michigan numbers out on Friday. That's a market mover, but they for somehow always put it as a 2-star. I don't know. So we've got news events for the rest of the week. We are also in earnings season, which you may or may not be aware of, but we are. And come on. Well, trust me. We're in earnings season. What's going on here now? So these are the earnings released just for today. I'm not going to ever go through them all or post them any place. Look at that. That's just today. Now, if you own shares in some of these companies, I'm sure you're real interested in this stuff and the call and all, what time is the call and all those kind of things. The last of the Mag 7 reports is NVIDIA, which is the 25th. That'll be next week. So there we go. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which you've probably seen a few times. And they have a similar docket here. But as I pointed out, they pull these random risk events or these non-traditional economic reports. Trump, what's her name? Here you go. The White House press and these kind of things. They pull them in through the day. This came in within the last hour. And that's really great. I really appreciate that for all the reasons I just was talking about with risk. Over here is more of a Squawk Box, kind of an up-to-the-minute running dialogue. And this is where we'll see the market on closing balance at 1450. So there you go. That pretty much wraps it up today. Tomorrow morning, every day, the stream starts at every trading day. The stream at 800 Central Standard Time. Market replay and pre-market setup. Analyze the pre-market. set up the software, etc. So let's stand by for the market on closing balance and see what the hell happened. We'll watch that right over here, typically. Okie dokie. So we're going to save the world and use lead paint and burn coal and what else is going on next? Damn, it's just a joke. I mean, entertaining, that's for sure. Pretty darn entertaining. Pretty darned entertaining. Now I'm going to turn off this because I almost made a mistake again. If you accidentally click in this active data column, trying to grab these prices or move something, you've got an order on whether you wanted to or not, or a trade. That's real important. And one other thing I forgot to mention this morning is just as in passing. You have to select one of the two methods to activate the trade control panel and activate trading. You can also use your hotkeys on your keyboard if you have set up, but you must have the focus of the computer on the bookmap application for the hotkeys to work, which is normal with any iOS or OS. But especially after this, I'm not thinking about trades. I'm trying to move stuff around or jiggle this up or down. The other day I did that and I was in a trade, bang. I jumped up here a second immediately and flattened it out, but still. Not what I need. So I appreciate you coming by. Please, contribute to the stream. I'd love to hear somebody's ideas for a setup. Next time you're just remember that somebody says they're trading live and you think they're a real whiz-bang trader. Tell them you want to see them trade live. See what happened. I hope I wasn't muted there. Let me put that back up. So there's the market and closing balance. 820 million. Buy side, buy side, buy side. What I was pointing out was that that's not a lot. This one is 2,904,000,000 sell side. Imagine 2 billion S&P contracts. And we are pretty sure they're hunting our stops. Now what are they doing? They're auctioning and just, they're trading them. That's what they're doing, is trading them. And we're going to wind her down here in about 6 minutes. So thanks for coming by. Be sure you remember that you are the most important piece of equipment in your trading office. Think about that for a minute. All the time and money we spend on monitors and connections and setups and mentoring and whatever else it is, software, and your eyes take all that in, your brain processes it all, and you make decisions financially for your family and your future. So you need to take at least as good a care of yourself as you do the rest of your equipment. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, absolutely don't trade. Get rid of the mouse. Be in shape, stay fit, do some exercise every day. We go up against the most well-funded, well-supported, highly educated, high time frame traders, every day. And they come into work. They have no malice. They come into work with one purpose, and that's to make money. They are going to be, remember, it's a zero-sum game. Every time you enter a trade, someone's on the other side of that trade. And 90% of the time, in my opinion, it's going to be one of these higher time frame, very well educated, very motivated, very well supported, immensely funded traders. And their only goal is to win that trade. They don't care about you. They probably don't even think about you. They don't even think about who's on the other side, I suppose. So, if you're gonna, go in and shoot one-on-one with Michael Jordan, and you think you've got your, you're gonna do it barefoot in your boxer shorts, and last time you shot a bucket was 5 years ago, maybe that is not going to work out. You probably need to be fit and sharp and think about this. Just my advice. And that doesn't mean you're going to win, but at least it's going to increase your ability to have a fighting chance, I think. There's a reason why a huge percentage of retail traders fail. They're emotional. They put their stops at the same place. They don't prepare. They try to think that they're going to get a, opening range trade or some moving average, something or another is going to make them money. And they get just like lambs to the slaughter. I think. My opinion. So as soon as this market closes down, of course, we'll leave everything up until 1600, and then I convert my stuff for the evening session prices. Remember, if you could use the session prices, if they would be benefit, let me know. I push them every day, continually, and free. So it's no problem. No skin off my nose. Maybe I should sell stuff. I know there's one philosophy that people don't, if things are free, they don't think it's got any value. Should probably sell these session price levels and probably have more people, have more takers and more views. It's an interesting concept, but I guess it boils back to that old adage: you get what you pay for, and I don't know. Well, another damn dismal day as far as I'm concerned. Really irritating. That reminds me, I need to do my snap here, so I need to activate this thing. Notice that the trade goes away when the trade control panel is inactive. And I'll tell you something interesting I found out about this. If you want to spread this out right here and see it, you just pull it over like that and click beside it and then roll out. It expands from where you are instead of jumping all over the place. So there's that. And it didn't show very good what I wanted to. That's better, I guess. And then I always do this. And there is a complete breakdown of the trade. And then I make a snap of that. So the entire thing is captured both on the stream. There's the full breakdown, monetary, time into the microsecond, out, the whole shooting match. You can't get more, and live, real-time live AMP data, my real account. If this was a prop account, I probably wouldn't even be caring. But this is my money, so it's important to me. There is 1,500, and here we have the closing swing trade. Closing swing trade. So have a great one. That's 7 hours and 49 seconds for me. I'll be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. You do the same. Want to cancel and flatten and boom. Okay. You do the same. Have a great night. If you trade the overnight, be real careful. Lighter volume, easily pushed around. There you go. So have a great one. Take care of yourself. My suggestion is get up, go look out the window, go look down the street, go for a walk, do some push-ups, something. See you tomorrow.